Hello everyone and welcome to the first of the projects from the SMG4 fan direct I released some time ago. Oh, this is the one that had the least screen time because it was just a sideline in right next to the planned theory. So today I'm going over some old fan scripts I have. We start with if Mario was in Subnautica that I wrote in my first attempt at this for a story writer back then, and and then we take a look at an old film script that I made after the Genesis arc ended. Yeah, you can tell what that was about. But let's start shortly. So you can read that yourself. So Mario at the bridge of a spaceship is clear. Just take a spaceship map, put Mario on it. Yeah. So that's also clear, I guess. So a widescreen clip is normally used for something like a flashback, like when the screen gets all white, shining. So yeah, that's to make sure the scenery change. You know, she classically screams in SMG4, that's why I made the... Yeah, that was, you can tell, in all the episodes, her room is always shown to be behind the door for the first Bowser Sapphire. It's a dark world. So I made her come out of that room. I mean, I don't have any footage because this was not even planned to go on big screen, and I can't put the script and the Gmod next to each other, so I can't really go after that, and that's why I can't make it all with some overall depiction, like mix stuff around even if it's not professional. No. So I can't really. No, but you know, if you're a fan, and otherwise you might if you like that, you might want to check out the SMG4 video. So that thing I thought this was my first script writing ever, so I thought I would need to go in every detail. So I made sure, or I put where everyone was standing at every time, and for things that were clarified. So yeah. Yeah, so we had, that's why I did. Again, I'm sorry guys, I'm tending to get nervous since stumbling. But I'm working on my straight voice, so that's a plus point. So anyways, Panic Face is clear. She's just like... So yeah. So there we can basically take from everywhere when something blew up, someone was created, casual stuff. Maybe the clip from where SMG3 nuked himself. And then stuff. Yep, he once did that for relatively new fan just watch Three's plan to destroy SMG4 because he felt like it. That's one hilariously long name, and I love that video. It's, I mean, that was not what was the last year's, but you know. Oh yeah, this was it before Greg died, or was it because I just liked him? I don't know. I don't remember. I think it was before he died even. So yeah. Plus things become. Yeah, they are both as kids in the SMG4 series. So that's why I put it in here. Yeah. So yeah, that's probably nothing that you know. What? You can tell why I did that one. So yeah, I went to this like yeah, I forgot what I wrote here at some point. And so it's hilarious to see what kind of jokes I can. Yeah, that's a reference to Mario. That's Lemonade Stand where he sells lemonade. That was actually his piss, and he came with it. But it was so including cheese and he came from the literally outside of the castle to make it clear. Yeah, that may be like going like a quick montage of all the faces. This, something like that was the idea. Yep. Some more Mario abuse for the flaming fan base. That was before I knew that, and also before that Mario Torch, intense part of Mario Torture just began. That was fairly recently. I mean, people fan bases and peak on fire over Mario abuse, which is something I don't like any. Also don't like, but yeah, I totally went with where he was flying after getting kicked. Just because I just had it in my brain how it should look. I really tried my best. So, yeah. So that was to show she's back on screen. Not like you see Mario flying into a wall and her voice from the beyond. Shows about space. Yeah. That was totally. So, yeah. I think that's good. Yes. Yeah, making. I tried to incorporate everyone in the script. If I would have made the entire. I could have made an entire. I had so much ideas. I could put this into an entire. I could write a script for an entire arc about Mario and Subnautica. Feed everyone from the entire series. It would be hilarious. Real like fishing kids getting eaten by a sea dragon early on, and then you thought he was gone permadeath from the series, and yes, yeah, and they encounter the sea dragon again in the lava lakes and beats the crap out of him, and he just spits out fishing pumpkins and stuff. It would be hilarious. This is what ideas I had. But the thing I I even worked a little bit over the part that I had made originally for the so but it went a little bit because first of all I'm pretty lazy, and then you so yeah, you can tell maybe that he liked to when his screen was in place and he was happy. That was his came this yay. So yeah, that was. I tried to bring out Peach more princessly side here. She still has that sort of, when she's not like yelling at people and punching them around and stuff. So yeah, cinematic shot, Yeah, and there I explained why I just wanted to make it Subnautic, it fitting to Subnautic, and so I didn't go. So I just took the name. It's not because, but even though the world of SMG4 doesn't have Subnautica's ruling system, there was the helping entire government and stuff. Just everyone being like, okay, you can see my face because I was a little bit, I couldn't put it right next to it. I'm still a bit, my recording skills aren't good enough to put my face. Put my face at the same time I put it. Wow. It's like one of these shots where you see the entire team and Mario is just no bedroom. You see him run, but the cam stands on everyone. That's something they do in SMG4 sometimes. It's also I noticed. That's also something people in SMG4 tend to do. If someone tries to run away and they just, nope, you are staying here. Yeah, you can tell I really love flashbacks when you have the feeling something is related to all the episodes. So that's why Mario Spaghetti Delivery. When he ran over Peach in Mario Spaghetti Delivery because he didn't sell any spaghetti after spending his entire money on it. And Mario Maker 2 when he just erases the castle from existence and stuff. Since while trying to rebuild that, and Peach in the end just orders a new castle. So with a downloaded course. Yeah, that's a flashback. Yeah, that was I forgot that it was a Castle Royale for when I was writing the things. What was it, Castle Royale? I forgot it again, but I technically know the name of the episode. Okay, as they went to the Woo Woo Kingdom, where in the end the princess was speaking about burying Peach, and Mario is just, I know someone, when it calls him that he runs into the runs over. You see that one with some queen who looks like Steve but isn't actually Steve, and then Mario's like, it's not. He's right next to it, and it's like, it's not Steve. And she freaks out because she was being like Steve. Yeah. There were some crazy scenes in that. That's also an SMG4 classic. You can really see I try to put all of the SMG4 references and humor and everything in it to show that I can do content on SMG, write content on SMG4 level. Yeah, I felt like that's something she would say because she's always a little bit easily to piss off if she doesn't want to do something. And Bob, of course, too. That's so. Yeah, that's something she also does often here. It's fine. Yeah, that is in fact a fact. That's also something he does. You can tell I really thought about everything. Yeah. Space memes. Yeah, like the ones from this Mario was installed Link Bells for Atlas. That's why I put a reminder not that the sound should play after that. It would make no sense to play the sound at that point. You can tell I really wanted to put out that everyone was on cam, but I was getting a little bit bored over just putting on cam there. And that's why I put there even more on cam. That's why I said I have only touched so not on cam. Yeah, he was looking for maybe something that's on the inkling level, but he doesn't need to kidnap innocent creatures. Something he would never do. That's also a thing people argue that he must have known what Ingrid was capable of, and that Inkling is so powerful from somewhere, so probably did that. And I was like, just looking at the fact and was like, no, you can just find out from other sources that it's really powerful. You don't need to experiment it. Maybe he wasn't even sure if that was the case. And was just going with it. Yeah, I really tried to make everything perfect with the camera work and stuff. Like back from that's a reference to when he always liked his kids in the SMG4 series before his appearances drastically dropped because he is always with them. Which is great that he does that these days, even though that reduces his appearances. But that's also because I try to focus more on OCs to don't get in trouble with Nintendo and stuff. I can totally understand that, but it also hurts to don't see the classics as much. much like Bowser and Toad and Peach, but yeah, they are totally not having it again. They're not getting left out of Bowser anymore. Yeah, the tiny hedgehog face, you know what I'm talking about. This is tiny hedgehog face he always does on SMG4, it's hilarious. That is more the that I don't mean the Darth Vader. No, but more the I don't know if it's a voice filter or something on it. But there's another nose. There are two noses. Yeah. This I put it even. Don't distrust. Ah. Yep. No to learn. You know, trying to make sport in space like astronauts do to keep themselves. Yeah. So, you know, right, this nickname for Mario. That's also a utility. And that, of course, we have, like, when that's also SMG4 style. Then someone says something to someone and he's like that, so like that, and you just hear this heart monitor beep. It's hilarious. Yeah, they always to take on crazy jobs. That's why I put them here. They are just hired by Peach because they can do that. Yeah, it's just swag. He's not good with names. He's just making up stuff sometimes. Yeah, of course it's not. I mean, they are already started planning Subnautica 3, and apparently it seems that it will be on the same planet as the first two games, but overall the games are on this planet. That's why I remember this thing is a little bit older. As there was the second one wasn't even out at this point. I mean, it was out in early access back then. But that's it. Yeah, that's old school Smack and Chris for you. That's even more old school. Because something goes wrong and Chris is like, even that hates. What do you expect? It's overall. So yeah. Stops in panic is, and he stopped. You can see him stop and having a panic face. So yeah, that means the clip a clip should play as a sound effect. I think this was before. Was this even before? I think this was before we. This might have even been before. Where's the enemy arc and everyone started using voice clips and stuff. So that's why I put it there to go with it. Yeah, I didn't know, because overall I would have loved to see this, but and there is even a pack with all the Subnautica models in Gmod. But I even have that one, but I don't know if you could put that. It's so good. I don't know, Space Map or something. So yeah, Word of lightning, of course. What else? What else if you have just a massive beam shooting something down? I mean, yeah, that's also classic. Oh, you didn't see that one. I'm still with my typos. I sometimes notice my grammar isn't always perfect. That's why I probably will never get a job anywhere. But you never know. Maybe I will at one point. My stories are, of course, cool. You will see. This one is only a small thing, actually, and I should speed up because I don't want to make this a super video, but I already have another script. But, well. Yeah, the classic PDA and the PDA. To have that one as some sidekicks that are just getting annoyed by Mario's stupidity are always in for something funny too. So, and just having this with a classic with a PDF of the camera is already on its own hilarious sometimes. It's yeah. Maybe it should have been yelling way of a yelling face. At least that would have been better. I can't tell. So yeah. Yeah, so because Mario can whenever he hears something bad, he always goes, no, before. Yeah, you can build food. You can build food. My writing is on point. It always. It's just imagine my face here with one of these smiles and thumbs up. So yeah. You know, that one where he is like, okay, I can't. Where he is like having his mouse explode. You know, when he's like running somewhere fast and also a lot in light in old SMG4 when he just explodes, when people just explode through it. In 1 or 2 episodes they are even saying sorry after exploding through to the door after exploding through it. Such doing SMG4 from first after basically you know when you have just randomness creatures in SMG4 that are around everywhere and they do stuff. That's what I meant. That. Reference to the I. Yeah, you can tell that. That's also a reference to an often used clip. He tried. that was because I'm too much oath, but that means no clip, because we literally had that at every point. So then at every point we put in so much, so yeah. Yeah, and then he goes in from the bottom. Don't ask me how the life pod isn't thinking from that, actually. I don't put any brain in this, like Glitch Productions does in the SMG4 episodes, you know. I mean, have you watched what they try to put under good storytelling? That's so generic, so foreseeable stuff. The only time they did something I didn't foresee, he was literally when Melody survived the Renovations movie. But anyways, let's go on. And before this turns into a flame boss again, yeah, no, thank you. So yeah, broken communicator. If you don't play Subnautica, you have when the left pod is broken, so communicate that you have is also broken and you need to repair it like the life pod. And so Mario so it would be a classic story for to have Mario confuse the things in his life pod, like the fabricator with the communicator. And that's a classic Robos or general sidekick. I remember the time of Mario Ocarina of Time when Navi was like, I'm going to become alive. Yeah. After Link died, and Mario just started to play hide and seek with Ganondorf and just put TNT in his butt. Yeah. So that's what I've literally got from the Sword script. But now to the real event. And that's my fan movies that I did write. And it's actually insane. You can see it on the screen because I didn't put the entire screen on the screen. You can see when I take it off, my mouse off. But well, you can see it, but it's entirety of 29 pages. And it's also in German, so I will have to translate it for those of you who can't. I mean, it's partially in German. The text isn't. I just didn't put it. This was after Genesis arc because I was one of the people who were a little bit salty about killing of a certain member of an endangered species. Yeah. So all of you Minecraft axolotl killers will die painfully. You remember my. Anyways, let's go over it. For the first scene, let's see. So the camera's on the axle. Who is leaning on it. Viva, that's just for translators. Just that might not know, in case I need to. Because I was hoping to find help, and in case I needed to translate it into English, because this would be a little bit too much for me, I put it in what it is so people know. don't try to translate it or something. In front of the beach castle. Yeah, I also put in the camera from the right. So the camera should move around without showing behind or before him, because that's where I put things that shouldn't be seen by the viewer yet. So that would have been a hell of a thing to put up, but it would be hilarious. That would be great to show. I sometimes don't know what my brain is thinking and building up. Sometimes just words come to my mind that. But anyways, this thing, camera goes over the area, like over the plants, the grass nearby and the castle roof, so we don't see what's in front of the. So yeah, literally, like you have this is bad meaning. It's literally just everyone lies. The SMG4 character lies around in like just being destroyed in a Dragon Ball fight. No, craters everywhere. There and in front of craters in walls. Left to the bridge to the last are the SMGs. Back then it was only 4 and not 5. And as I said, back when the Genesis arcade. And that so and the sky is like looks like an apocalypse. But look, this one, back when good old knights tried to rebuild the universe and stuff. That crap, yeah, something like that. Then you have a close up of Axel's face when he looks to the palace and just he's Melanie and my actual avatar next to the door of the palace. That's interesting because I wanted to make it a crossover with my universe, because I think my universe would work so well with the SMG4 universe. This is not just shameless advertising or something. That just I'm hilarious with myself sometimes, and it's you should take a look at my head sometimes. I can't put that, and I can't even make that because I have a crap ton of characters who would get me copyright strikes from all angles. It's in my brain, but it's hilarious what sometimes happens. And if it's only discussion about one of the most stupid sentences ever said. So yeah, that's actually so. Well, anyways, he looks sad and a little bit sad in the camera. Right. Just basically with the same position we started in, but this time it's more zoomed in on the head. You should have gone for the head. Anyway, if he notices the viewers, yeah. Screw your fourth wall. That was my developer commentary on this one was the best. Actually, this version, I must say, isn't finalized. Even. I mean, it's the best. It's the newest version I have, but it's not. But if I would have pursued the project to the end, this would have had basically all music, music to use there at every angle. So that's stuff and a lot more of character done mid-fight interactions and stuff. That's vague at this point. I actually used this one for my second. Try to get a job at Productions. But I don't know if it was that I was too lazy to translate everything to switching from German to English, or if it was because the grammar was terrible, or if it was the nature of the movie, because the thing gets wild later on. I tried to make it, because my universe is basically working copyright infringement, and I tried to make it a little bit, the crossover a little bit vague, but but it's later getting really intense, and it even has Luke Kevin in it. You will see. So actually, the fourth wall is ignored here has lore reasons that I only learned later on. And this is basically, he says, that's his way of speech. He's like always, and giving a stupid nickname to whatever, based on how the person he looks. Well, then he looks a little bit sad down to the ground, and yeah, you can read that the English parts yourself. If I would go over all of that, we would see it here tomorrow. And we're already on page 1 and like for half an hour or so. I think even more. Ready, so we need to speed up. Otherwise my mind will walk in and talk into the entire thing again. And I'm trying to record my videos in one go, so I don't need to edit that much. So yeah, and cutting the thing perfectly to get out or something would be terrible. So if you hear me just yell at my mom that I'm recording a YouTube video, to prevent her from saying anything, you know what happened. Just do yourself, you know. So yeah. That's signing. Not signing like putting your name on the official paper or something. I mean, sign. Yeah. Yeah, so that's Final Fantasy X reference. Yeah, listen to my stories. Final Fantasy X reference. I'm big. I'm really big with references. I can make an entire movie out of references. Since I'm one of those persons who don't really come up with their own stuff anymore, but just put stuff from other people together and just it's hilarious sometimes. So yeah, then the cam turns around, zooms a little bit out the road and turns around to show for what's before him, where you can see some sort of dimensional rift with two dark figures. Because then the screen goes white and the title is shown. We will come back to that point later. As in Final Fantasy X, it's literally all of this entire first scene was just a big Final Fantasy X reference, sort of. It's a mix of Final Fantasy X and Dragon Ball. So Axel wakes after the events of what feet, where he died, just casually, the usual stuff. Not that we tell that to anyone. In complete darkness. The classic one. And then he is like, just look here. He looks like he has a shock. Shock is a good thing, but trying to translate German word by word makes it look completely. That means if we get official support, no. Because at this point I literally expected that what happened would have never happened on Luke's watch alone. And that it was all Kevin, and since Kevin usually was sexual, I was like, nope, we are not doing that, even if I would do that thing and would get officially help from the man himself. I would not get Kevin to voice him. No, never. That is why it is a relieved sign. Voice out of myself. Yeah, totally. I'm totally. And this was literally a reference to how I, and like many others, expected one of these plot twists where the other one tries to protect the friends after losing one gear and then dying whilst trying. Well, technically I didn't expect that one, but I expected that future arcs will have even more major deaths to the point where possibly everyone we know right now will be gone at one point if the series goes on for long enough. So that's why I was a little bit afraid after that one, and that's also a little bit worked into the script. So this light, it is turning on, and that's all. lab prison cell, so with the opening. So what this means, there was like that map. That lab map, I don't know what it was exactly from that was used, like, you know, the room in areas 64 where Mario breaks stop and swap X and Beta Luigi is eaten by a black hole together with some of the guards. Yeah, that's I had that one in mind. And so voice and yes, to me. But now we can see there is a speaker in the corner of the room. I was thinking about one of these on the top. These we have on the top and not on the ground, not like one of these music stems or something. I think just for the voice, like in school or something. So yeah. So that's basically here again. That's also clear camera right from the door. I think you can understand that if you. So then he's putting out his head carefully and looks left and right. And then jumps with the I can karate pose out. You know, like when someone is like totally scared and is like I want to be kung fu pose. Like that. The Matrix reference was actually not intentional. It's not there before you actually think, oh no. I was thinking for a moment I had a list of the reference, but that's only for the Minecraft novel I'm writing on for like what? 5 years or longer at this point. I'm always getting stuck at the story really there, so that's why you never heard about that one. So the camera from behind it and sometimes the side while he goes through the wherever he is. So yeah. And then he just runs into Sephiroth, who is not reacting at all to him. When he just jumps through an automatically open door at the side. After T-posing at the wall next to it was panically looking left and right. And when you just put yourself with the arms to both sides and so next to a wall, trying to not be seen. So I mean, you know what's Sephiroth right in front of his eyes. He knows what the dude is capable of. I mean, he doesn't know. Sephiroth wasn't even using 1% of his true power. So back then. So there I just put he in because I was too lazy to write Excel every time. He. Okay. Just turns out it looks very he, and just this eye to eye right next to Francis and Francis himself. Yep, that one. I couldn't resist that one. And of course, with the side view. And then we have one of those little gold screens. I love them. Classical for now, when he's like, ah! I can't make that sound actually. There I put it down and put just camera as K. Before it runs out and for those paths. Past the camera is just basically like a little bit, you know, that's the word. So then we have, comes in a big room. I totally pictured this one as a, you know, that island base has appeared in a few older SMG4 videos. The one where you can make, where you have a laser and, you know, the evil layer map. Where you have lasers and can open a big hole to a lava pit in the middle and stuff. That one. Please. And looks around. Basically a camera zoom all around the room and with a ton of characters. Characters like from all kinds of media, not only games also. There I had the idea, I don't know if you know the Atlantic Craft, he had that cool intro sequence during his Atlantis roleplay days. That one would be totally fitting here. If I would have been able to produce this thing, I would have asked him about it. But it would be great for that scene. I remember when I heard the thing when they went into the lab for the first time, that was so great. But anyway, he sees a table filled with a, you know, if you know what map I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about, the place with a big table and stuff on the air platforms with a dark Minecraft figure. And that's it. And wants to just go there. And then he runs into Lux. Yes, Lux. But of all people. I mean, a fan project like, about unnecessary death. Without the justification of chances for redemption arcs. No. Yes, I translated that word for word into English because this is one of the sentences you can translate word for word. So yeah, he just appears and asks. Yep, a two-piece game. I just had the idea of flying into my head, and I was like, why not? Two-piece game. I'm pretty sure we can make Melody a proper gamer at this point. And the next one just looks totally confused with left and right. Cool, verse. That's literally canon verse. Not fic verse of the. That's literally what I call it. Canon universe. Yes, I put my name in. Do you have any problems with that? That my Minecraft roleplays also has my first name in it. I mean, it's not like I'm giving out my address to people and stuff. But other Minecraft YouTubers also have their first name leaked, so yeah. I originally was I'm a Minecraft YouTuber if you don't know. I mixed it with some other games, and these days I went a little bit on a rarely upload spree, so it's yeah, he shows the part where Axel was going base. So yes, so he goes on and stops right next to a second Axel. So and then we have the one Axel's totally confused face with a what meme. Yeah, I mean, he just basically saw the person he just talked to start talking to the second version of himself. So that's the perfect moment for what meme. If you can depict that. See that. And he's just turning around and moves on. Axel.exe has stopped working. Because his brain can't handle it, and he just moves on. With the camera in front of him and so expressionless face that all fans just run out of the room shouting Japanese comics. That was a reference he made after being possessed by animals. But then it was when he just went away and had that plain face. Yes. That was literally the beginning of the end. Well, technically the beginning of the end was, it's full of laughter, the quote in the 10th anniversary song. Which is funny because after that basically all fun of the universe faded. But it's still a big middle finger to the entire fanbase in my eye. But before we get into any more flame wars, again, a little cut. I mean, we don't need to have a visual of him walking the entire way through the room. He just with a relatively normal face, but not fully. He now to a chair in front of the big boss desk and sits in it. And then the camp is going diagonal to the desk. I can't remember how I actually would have positioned that one, but I had it visually all in my head when writing the entire thing. That's what I know. And then we have the Majora's Mask reference, which is hilarious given that what the mask that is in the SMG4 was later had caused for trouble. Because one person just wanted to have it. But anyways, it is going on before. Yeah, so he noticed that. Which is hilarious given that his girlfriend literally has one of these dangerous masks. And you could say, technically without knowing it, foreshadowed the crap going on to the deity mask. I didn't expect that to happen because it makes her less original, basically being a ripoff of Fierce Deity Link. And also, I don't know how it goes, but it looks too similar, I think. So Nintendo might even be able to get them in trouble for that one, and if things go really ham, could even have Melody's face in. So, I don't know. That form was a big no-go in my eyes. Yeah, that's why even though while writing this episode where it first appeared was released, I didn't. See the form in this. This basically plays right after. I mean, not quite right after that, but it basically plays before How to Become a God. Was How to Become a God? Concepts, yeah. It was. That's well, so yeah. I'm not the personification of the thing. And the first person to call me a god will get his face into a wall. By the way, my true fictional self is pretty damn powerful, yes, but a guardian. I have reconstructed destroyed universes before, but that was only once. And because I was really pissed at someone's actions. So, yeah. So then the camera points on me, but also diagonal. No, but that still. I like creepy undertones. That's why I put it there. And also because of the reference. Turns from dark Minecraft figure to my Minecraft skin. And so you may call me the reference to the end of Meteorana Season 2. I couldn't resist that one, okay. I'm just a normal fan nerd. That's what I do best. And I was Mr. Boomer to my defense. For everyone who didn't use that one yet. I was Mr. Boomer, that's why I technically things that look a little bit complicated at first. I have my problems. Anyways. Confused. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he basically chemicals on his face and he shows onto the other actual I think like when you have stuff like this. Because he expected more to be like he expected I would talk more about it. He would after something like that you expect the boss of some organization who can pull up stuff like that. This had to be like the Demonicus Maximus Destructus or something. I don't know, I'm just coming up with part-time job. That's actually true. In my canon, the Lux from my universe actually has me hired for Tascom. After after he basically managed to take down my entire team, which is damn near impossible. But he had help from, I forgot, but at least one evil parallel universe version of me to his defense. Anyways, let's move on, shall we? That's a story for another day, and if you want to know more about my universe, I don't know. Don't really have a place to talk about it. We'll think about making one. We will see. Yeah. That's a reference to my YouTube channel. I just came up with a name. I was like, I like Herobrine systems and I don't want to make stuff with Herobrine, so now I only need a name that's something with Herobrine and subordinate. Close it, so I was like right hand or something sounds dumb. I'm going with best minion. And because I'm his best minion. And I think I've talked about that before. That's actually like universe can. Massive zoom, so you can see the entire room like the world guard here. So intense aura. You know, usual stuff. Super intense stuff. I like these big shots. Wait a minute. Anyways. Then he tries to say something, and I'm just talking because when you get me to stop to talk about stuff that I'm passionate about, you can't stop me. That's what I. That's also a real thing. I think in my universes can, in my multiverses can. Yep, that's basically what really happened in my universe. And I really had that for a while, that I was pretty close to going haywire over fictional characters' death. In a universe that doesn't have permadeath. That in my eyes, permadeath in the SMG4 universe still isn't canon. Yeah, I know it sort of is, but no, it's not. Somehow it's not. Anyways, it's before I... So yeah, things are threatening multiple universes and stuff, where I can literally unite with myself from different universes and beat the crap. Because most words, because I use logic and logical arguments and stuff to get worlds to work with me, actually, like stuff like if you destroy everything, you can destroy. Or even more, it's even funnier if you can help build, fix things so things can break. Even more. Or it's basically you can get some builds to work with you with the same argument you would use on heroes. Heroes, it's funny, but that's a chuckle. Yeah, it's basic. So that's basically to clarify. He shouldn't be like friends. I'd rather fully overrun by all the lore, by an avalanche of lore. Yes, smiley face in the text box. I really want a smiley face in my text box because that's just what I am basically a walking emoji man. Which I yesterday found out here on TV is actually proof you are sexually more attractive or more active or something. And I was like, no, I am not. What are you talking about, TV? You shut up. But I don't know. I mean, I didn't watch it. It was just from the next room over, so I didn't totally pay attention to it. Just said that, and I was like, I use emojis, and I'm sexually active. What are you? And since we are relatively child friendly out here, we should not go a little bit more. So yeah. Yeah. That's one of the cases. That's basic. That's basically my way to foreshadow that Luke will have a big role. Because they are evil in this one. Because they are the world of the stories they are trying to get. They are trying to boost themselves into the atmosphere and get that money's just out of it. You can really tell I wrote this thing being still really, really pissed. Yes, I said it. But anyway, that was literally because of the entire PSDT stuff that was going on, and I was like, yep. They not only prepare that he is dead, but he will come back and she might perish in the process. Because there's no way they can beat him another time without someone dying. Which was actually true. Even though it was... it wasn't one of the main characters as I expected. But you can tell this was before the renovations arc. Like, I didn't say Niles or something, I still have 0 as of... Well, because I only do 0. Nani? It's enemy after all. Yeah, that's also something from my universe. Indestructible Interface PEA. That's basically, you know, the thing Iron Man from the MCU has. I don't know if it's only the one from the MCU. I don't read the comics. So, the one the Iron Man has in front of his face inside his helmet. Something like that. But you can get data and put it, and it just activate it with thinking about it and stuff. That is also normal gear in my team. That's completely crazy. I know I'm aiming pretty high, but my universe is really one of the top ones. I even beat the crap out of the Ultima universe. Another universe I made up where a version of me is going around collecting all the strongest people from all the universes to make the ultimate world guardian. And he just got wrecked by just me and Destiny. One time. It was hilarious. But he gained respect for us after that one. When then stopped trying to take the strongest people out of all universes. So it's to form basically one strong fist of evil towards destruction. This is one fist. It's well, anyways. So if you think about his functions, that's what I meant. A blue interface. Basically something like the thing that can appear above a meta run arm if you go into the configs and stuff. Something like that. I forgot it out. Yeah, that's a reference to how the final form of Zero looks like. He has Inkweaver as his arm. That was literally a big shock. I really expected he just fused the thing in there. I mean, he might have did that. It actually did done that and managed just retrieved it after. Anyways, let's go. That was actually not a lie. Yes, I really did that. The only thing in this fan script that isn't canon is the entire part where Kevin and Luke get a beating. And we save the SMG4 universe from the threads and stuff. I mean, and the entire intro talk after saving X. And that also didn't happen like it's depicted here. Don't ask. Magic and stuff. It's actually pretty simple. You just need to separate the body's artifact with material. This basically material influencing magic that can make you change a rock into, I don't know, a plate of food or something. In that kind of magic, you can do a crap ton of stuff with it. It was hard. Points at an old school Minecraft librarian villager. That's a reference to how then TDM after the villager update was like, well, Mojang killed Dr. Travers, his villager sidekick, instead of just paying someone to make a bot that brings him back. Great job. Great job. He's just like they killed him. And I have the feeling he totally forgot what made him famous. It was one of the reasons he became pretty famous. But yeah, in my universe, he's basically one of my lead scientists. One of the most powerful trading partners. That's actually true. One of the Niles is one of the, whoops, did I just spoil it? It is one of the most powerful persons from that are currently in my universe. Right next to the legendary three big three besides me, which are Luigi, Herobrine, and Mewtwo. I mean, Herobrine can literally turn into living electricity. Luigi is a walking thunder blade. Yes, he uses his sword in my universe. And Mewtwo has a bone form with me and the power of enemy first movie Mewtwo. To combine that special form with Mega Evolution. Basically, he needs Mega Evolution to trigger the form, and Dynamax and then uses the attack. That's totally annihilation for everyone. So, yeah. Because yeah, you can tell that's someone you know. And it's actually not Francis this time around. So, and because he's overwhelmed, he just stands up and goes. I didn't put because he's overwhelmed, but the Excel smile, that one was his best. faces ever. He turns around and leaves. So then he literally comes with trails on a big plate. I was thinking about the flatty wood there. So and he has microphone just sound effects while he talks, of course. I mean, I'm one of the few persons who can actually talk Minecraft Villager. Did you know that? Ha ha ha. So yeah. Energy handling, electric. Yep. It's basically like reading the aura of everything around you. That's one of the first lessons you learn in my troop, because it's one of the things that really make you that get you to dodge everything. Something that I think is not stated here actually is that the interface PDAs are automatically bulletproof shields. Also, so we really try everything so we don't need to ask one of the 10,000 iterations of that who work for us to bring someone back to life. Yes, we have a few who can do that. Yeah. Basically charging your energy from every Dragon Ball game. Don't run everything. So you don't need paper to activate. Activate whatever you have just drawn. You can basically start drawing on the ground or on a wall or on your enemy's face or something. I would not recommend that. I have seen people getting chased around after drawing on monsters' faces. It's not funny. Because they are extra pissed after the course. So if you have played the mobile game, this, yeah, probably, yeah. Yep. You know what you might know what I'm talking about if you played the right side story. Anyway. So basically, when he thinks about something and he draws it a little bit poorly because it has to go fast, or it's looking too similar to something else, so the drawing can't really tell what it's about to be. He can support that by thinking with his thoughts. Can really tell at this point that I just didn't go over all the in-between stuff and just went there through the story first, because this is just, he just takes everything without a second thought, and Shinobi wouldn't do. Normally we would. And that's which means which means you can basically summon rocks and shock just by just drawing them. Just imagine to have something like that. It's basically like a mix of a Warriors and a Dragon Ball game, actually. That's some intense stuff. Super. I can't remember if I put that in, but the superpowered ink is actually, even though it's not shown, I think it's not shown and it's not mentioned later, or maybe it is. It's a reference. It is, in my head, it's at least planned to be the Bendy ink from Bendy and the Ink Machine. So that's a little detail. So he turns around and sees a dark figure sitting on a chair. On a rotating chair nearby. And he is like carefully going in the direction. So yeah, so you can see so you can see really the figure who is sitting back there. That's why the camera is in front of X, and so you can see leaving. And then a little cut, because we don't want to have Axel walking the entire way again. And he is like figure. Well, so you can tell. Yep. That is SMG. And he's literally turning around, and he literally has a YouTube remote. Like the time from his I'm in the middle of a hurry line. And that's why you have to be careful, guys. I have just checked that I could save it, the entire video, and I have noticed that you can hear my parents and talk a little bit in the background, but it's not as bad as that. And I've cut it. And the cut is just because I told you I hate cuts. But my brother just ripped open the door and yelled at me if I want to come. And yeah, that happened. So that's why we have a little cut here. But I found a good cut moment and right after this. So, and that's all self-explanatory. So, I mean, I hope. I have not checked the entire thing. That's something you should do as a YouTuber. But I have my reasons why I make sure. But you hear literally muffled. But as far as I'm concerned, you only hear muffling from what's spoken on the other side of the door. So I think. So I hope. and I hope it's not so good. I mean, that really got me a little bit off track again. And now, but I think all the disruptions in the background are not as bad, so let's move on, guys. Yes. Well, that's basically what happened. I was the one who got this 3 out of the internet graveyard. Right? Yeah, the university gave him 3 after he was proven himself. Yep. I can literally block this power. It's the power of the YouTube remote. Well, I'm that kind of powerful. I can't possibly just hold my hand out and just take the view to the hand. I mean, I could also take it to the face, but that's a little bit less attractive. Okay, that sounded stupid. We are not talking about that. Yeah, so. Yeah, he basically states also something in my universe. It's more like a HP situation, so it's not like someone just sticks the sword in you and you die. He hits like you lose a few HP points, and that's it. It's like getting it in an HP based video with a sword. Outside of cutscenes, of course. Crosshair, like holding back vital information and then being like, oh yeah, by the way, you heard a bit behind you. So he just turns around fast and is like panically looking diagonally up, so up, and you can see what appears in front of his face, but so you can see who he's looking at and what name it says. So you can tell there are only a few gods in the SMG4 universe. I mean, okay, we have Steve, we have Dr. Shima, we have a freaking rock, we have an old man, we have egg. Wait, no, we need to cancel the egg. You know. So, control possession. That was the 2 things we know. Like that. So it's mean powers and his possession crap. Panically puts head to the side. He basically And he's just making a happy face. Or candy was. That's also what we use. Alternative fiction, or crossovers or something. See, of course. So yeah, he's like, he's looking down for a moment, and then with a well, it has to be he look, and then he's like, you know, when the hero is just getting the determined look on his face, he's just ready. This is his main weapon, and you feel an aura getting for him that can blow up a few universes on itself. Yeah, kind of thing. So it turns out you see that it's zero. Or like on the top of the platform or something. I think it was what I saw. So RPG style battle intro screen break. You know, like in the Final Fed. Just the series or the Bravely games, then the screen, especially in the Bravely games when the boss intro is that the first two games of the series, like, the screen is like just turned to glass. As I said, gets like something like that. It's as a screen transition. So basically, when you stop, just a big monster behind me, right? Yep. Okie dokie. He turns around, fight starts like that, I imagine. Yes, there I had the idea to put the Final Boss from Fantasy. Well, because it just fits. I mean, Zero sometimes it looks a little bit like a good old Zero boss. He just throws a air blade attack after him. He dodges to the side and tries to punch him into the ground from the top. Axel first jumps to the side and summons the old man, who is that old man, you know, and he has one of his moments, and just that's not rape or something, that's just a freak out. Basically, the term word for freak out. A little freak out. And before he gets basically in a Wii arm swipe attack. Axel does a backflip, maybe with a small slow motion. This is so totally cinematic. And lands on the hand and runs up the arm. Ahmed tries a jump strike into Kubrick Reaper into Hero's eye, but gets her head. The strike with the head and just flies backwards. So readies for the follow-up finishing attack. Attack but gets interrupted by SMG4. Here and when SMG4 tries to is to stop him. Stop him with a pause button. He gets a slap like Mario in that meme version of the scene where he throws rockets. Oh, you know. Oh, mad at oh, where he throws rockets too, and you just see him getting slapped. That one, yeah. Basically like that one, just that I had it, the idea first. Does it mean they stole it? Maybe they did. Did it for the meme. If they did, I'm not. I would have loved to be credited, but I think they got it. And even so, basically he flies away and this remote does that. Suddenly does it. Can we get why? That's so anyway. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yep, that's one of those classic hero snaps and literally has his own, you know, I also have shit going on in my life moment. But that's it. Yeah, we saw in the Genesis arc that he is reasonable, actually, if though nothing will stop him from reaching his plan. But if he sees a big chance of someone helping him, then he does do that. So basically, he doesn't need to destroy. I gave him the opportunity to get out without destroying another, which I actually did. That I even repaired the Toy Kingdom inclusive Sputnik and World fix even threatened the process. Don't ask me how I did that. I did. I'm amazing, I know. Yeah. But it's only all in my universe. Because, well, Luke Kevin will never have said in their timeline. I technically took the places from the current timeline to fix. But, well, you agree. his face. This is the master of references. And this strikes again. It's a Fire Emblem Fates Takumi reference. And that's literally what he says in Fire Emblem Warriors at the start of the fight. Backflip, backwards roll to adjust to dodge a second strike. And now it's getting ridiculous. And just makes another jump backward to get out of reach and summons a sexy version of Car, you know. Actually, I don't watch the entire Nickelodeon stuff and all, but I know that means the sexy call. I know from SMG4, and it's hilarious. Yes, that he literally enemy fights. Don't ask for it. And he just gets punched. It's full body strap away. So then he looks around and just but can't see Axel in front of him, just to look up and see like one of these moments where the hero is literally like in front of the sun, and or not even in front of the sun, and you can just see him bursting with power in the moment where he gives fully his all. One of these moments. And then he just poked him in the eye. We need to remove to get the sick. We need to remove the sexy because of Zero's personality. Sorry, Sans. The reference to Mario was an Undertale, where he poked Sans' eye and he was like, my sexy eye. So then he's jumping back for a moment and is wondering himself because most of the time of the power he just felt. Well, the part is but he doesn't have really time for it because he just gets with panically hit by panically arm waving around. That also makes this word disappear. And then the viewer just lands like a out of the hand knocked sword in the ground behind him. Then here you can see again that basically does the same move he does when MG3 start using memes on Mario in the final fight with him before SMG1 and 2 strike in and stop him. And basically nearly the same. And then he just flies backwards and through the air and just hits the ground. how that you can just see there are magical chains who are holding him. They just were used to basically throw him over the head. So, and basically, I have in my cannon one of my main attacks are magical chains to throw things around. I also can do Minecraft blocking users and just move all kinds of Minecraft blocks around really quickly, and can even transform the world around me into temporarily into a Minecraft block. Okay, and stuff. I've put the chains in my that look like the ones you use on the Dragon in Hyrule Warriors. So basically, I'm still looks up and sees that I stand at the end of the chain, having my hand put out. But some magic. Not as loud, a little bit dumped because he's the layer in the face. I should just really is collecting his remote. Put him a little bit away. He's just looking a little bit embarrassed. Just a little bit on his back. It really is normal for their world, by the way. I actually had that really hard. What about it? Okay, that was a little bit. Yes. Yeah. This dummy actually having zero lying on the ground with his face totally in the mud because he was owned by me with one single move. That was literally what happened when I first met him in person. So I did that when we slowly knew the arm, I just whacked him, throwing him around with chains. I'm just turning around and leaving. He's standing right next to him. That's actually a reference to how I really, in my universe eyes, am a little bit overconfident. Confirmed. That is my story. By the way, really. Basically, the moment where I knew that the first depression was over was basically in the middle of the anime arc. Just 1 or 2 weeks before that happened. So yeah, and that's also true. I was close to falling into insanity a few times. Tapped over fictional stuff a few times, and I made it. I'm stronger than I look. I have done. And then the camera zooms out for the end. Maybe we should have a stereo line on the ground. No, bad idea. Okay. So we are back at the main room of the head. So we are literally dead. Things are about to go. What did you? Jump in. I can actually do that. Have you played World of Final Fantasy? If not, you can basically. It's actually possible to create. If you are, depending on how powerful you are, you can apply your route partly to another one. So yeah, I can do that. Create my own threshold. And not sure is this at least the size of an entire huge building. I mean, I can basically copy all abilities that I see in my canon, so I at least have the power of the evil guys from World of Final Fantasy who have a huge castle. So yeah. Because we didn't know back then where SMG1 and 2 were. We only knew SMG3 was in the internet graveyard, but we didn't know 1 and 2 were getting his things pots under the mattress. The most safe place in the entire universe, I guess. I think we casually find the universe creators. Why not? That's totally my because, I mean, they can do crap. If I just create my shields, they don't have any. They basically can only fight with the power where they have normally without being the creators of the universe. And I mean, they're just normal humans in this world. You can punch them in the face. And, I mean, Kevin King, you can't do some martial arts, but I mean, that's nothing against my fictional partners. So yeah, I can't really tell what the context here was because he asks about my friends and I just. That's actually, I think that's a reference. different to how this is actually set in a different multiverse to ours, and I will actually, and that myself will actually be let in later on. But this is a reference to how a crap ton of characters from different universes can get relicensed straight from all angles. Let's do the little reference to Maggie here before all the time. Also, anyways, so yeah. So basically, the ground opens and there is a big portal appears down there, and I jump in and they just look for a moment that he just ends and they are jumping after. Even though Zero is flying. So yeah. The camera goes down in the air over the palace, over Peach Castle, and then you can see excellently falling in, and I'm right making the shock if that's basically the overwriting. So yeah. Yeah, so he's putting his face notices that nothing happened. Because, well, overwriting rules of a universe is not changing the universe totally. You can't really see anything. So the camera's on all three, then Axel goes in a little bit of a faster fall, and it's faster than everything. Then the camera again from above them. Oh god, I guess a map would not be big enough for what I was planning to do there, but it would be one of the situations where they run for like 1 hour to get to the other side of the closet or something. So he literally throws it was ink at the end and uses ink fever to let it. That's a Maggie's Destiny reference when he got his pen upgraded to make the powers of an inkling by Git. We get is a German name. That's so. He turns around and sees that the others also landed and gets a little bit of it, and then he ran. Yeah, I basically gave it a stupid name. Because I was just like if I manage to make this on the big screen and put this in and give it a Luke's faces, they will totally bring back X. Yeah, Rubus. Except SMG4. or the antis included. That means not for anti-antis, but SMG4. Or is the only exception, anti-antis are also there. And they are filling all over the entrance hall and do stuff. Like playing, talking, laughing, kidnapping princesses. That's a reference to Bowser, you know, when he kidnaps Peach at the beginning of Mario 2. Too bad Fantasy was talking about shit. Mario talking about YouTube. Too bad everyone decides to make YouTube. He just drops Peach and goes making YouTube. Yes. Yeah. Yep. So then the camera shows Axel in the door and he's just like, Fran, you know. And everyone is like, this just turning. Maybe with huge eyes, that's something I forgot to mention. Everyone runs to the next sofa, where Anne just jumps. And then they are just coming out the sofa because, like, this is out of this house. You know. Of course, it's Melanie looking at us. She's literally jumping. But he's only hugging him. No kissing. No. Romance. Romance is a little bit was a top today. Takes that one. I totally made fun of people in advance watching this. Everyone is just around. Excellent. Everyone looks like he just told them to jump into a volcano filled with Teletubbies. Yes, I really wrote that. I am the best I know. Reference. That's a reference to what he said before. Oh, that he's not brainwashed. Then he runs into it. And then he runs into it. Boom. And when you just see him, his panicking face because the 34 is on the ground. Some electric electricity coming from his body. So Axel tries to touch him, notices that he can't do that without getting shocked, and just takes him. The man runs. Through the entrance door, and everyone just looks shocked and runs. Then he just runs to me and just that's basically what you should after as a sound effect, you know. Or like the odd man with the speed, but you use that later. It was pretty pissed in the second Mario episode. So because what happened in the first one. front of Solent, who is just after him. Works at that's totally making his style to be like, what the and why even is that? That's making style. It was just a little bit and so she's literally she just not to attack it. And I'm just like pointing on him and stopping her like I have to just hit up through remote. I'm looking left and the others are also, but because they're opposite of my side, it's right for them. That's something I just came out. I was listening to my playlist while I was writing and just came across this roof of the song. That's the one from Fire Emblem. And then I was like, yeah, that's fitting for the part I'm just writing. I'm just putting that in one. And by the way, that's the YouTube channel who made the remixes you can hear in the fan direct I made. He is credited. So basically then a group of dark figures appears and it's just basically everyone in the series who has played an important role before in any episode. Basically the anniversary video all over again and together with SMG4 and 2. Portal behind the totally dumb. I wrote that wrong, that's why I made a he voted. It's actually 2F. For the German word of dumb. So I added a funny joke to put it just with 1F because you are definitely dumb if you define dumb wrong, you know. Looking for team and SMG. He comes out. And the SMG series just comes out and you can still see a little bit of the Starbucks on the other side before it's closing. And then here's like that's for the wiki because the wiki was making totally fun about that. We needed to piss everyone needed to piss the entire time during the intense conclusion of the Genesis arc. Like they didn't go after getting pulled into the back rooms, and they needed to go before. And the wiki made totally fun about it. Everyone was like, they still didn't take a piss. So I didn't. I need to make that reference. That's totally SMG2. And surprise, I was the one who did hide the USBs all along. Surprise indeed. The reminder that this is right after Genesis. Yes, I reminded you again. Because no, as a USB ships or something here. Yes, I really have a. Do you know that old series Warehouse 13? That they find dangerous artifacts and contain them? I have my own version of that with stuff that is so dangerous that it's too dangerous to give into someone's hand. And in case just it gets knocked away by someone who just then picks it up himself. We don't want to have universal rewrite shit going on. Yeah, I just wanted to pick literally everyone from every important video from the video there, and if I would have forgot someone, that line would have literally be a huge distance. You totally didn't see that one. That's one of those moments where it started playing in SMG4, and I totally agree. He misused, he totally misused, but the others refused to die. Diane Lugia's song in the past. Just by putting it in the wrong places, and these are two music pieces where I'm really angry if someone misuses. But anyways, everyone, even though nobody understands what happened, but SMG seems like a very quiet one to be one in the middle of all this. And just gets a slap from hell. Because if you remember how angry she was at this team here in the YouTube art. Yeah. So basically I put my head on his head and just have some healing magic looking yellow waves over him. And so he stops too. And then we just have him back with a shockwave that lets everyone be like, whoa, but they aren't falling. And the sky is literally turning a little bit more right, because the dark influence has red claws in this universe just vanished. That's a tiny Spellforce reference. Because you are, in the first games, you are a rune warrior who gets his own rune to decide freely what you can do instead of being puppeteered by someone else. Charges energy. Yeah, you can tell from that what the reference is. This is totally satire. He literally read the entire SMG4 wiki to get all the knowledge in the universe. everyone is in the intense social grave with a picture of Wikis. I hate that everyone is good. Yeah, you can. That's my main. Yeah, that's a real drama. Takes it. I totally not saying anything here. What I was going to say, because it would be kicked in the butt at a certain place, and I still have something to do there, I think. But anyways, what did I? Was it? I think you're right in that way, right? You didn't see that. Yep, Cameron Waluigi. Yep, that's literally my reaction to one of X's last lines. That's cool. So I asked this time again. Well. Yeah, I literally save everyone who dies, by the way. But I can't go home if it's too long. We had that with Dusty, and we had that. It was one of my top secret fight experts. It's now, and we had that with Axel, sadly, now. Since that stupid renovations movie made it impossible to be for a revival anymore. Why is that scene so good? Anyways. That was last time. That's literally a reference to when he's to the fourth wall breaks, where he looks at the wall and everyone looks at him like, "What are you?" Susie times probably through dungeon 2. That is one of the the thing isn't little reference there, totally. And I agree, we do that. We should do that sometime. Luigi. Yeah, she's... we don't want that to happen. I prefer. Yes. It's just like that. Full protection. Yeah, that's a reference to his badge collection. I corrected it because I saved him, of course. Or do you think of me as that poorly? Yeah, as I said before, He could have been one of the people with the redemption act, but now the world was getting a change of mind. Or hard, always dead. Killed shortly after. Or that gets it, or that have the chance of a redemption arc or something. I don't know. Oh, Lex could have totally helped the police. He's putting some light behind your stuff. That's few things you should. So that. For a little reference to Mario was in Meta Runner. She literally tells the story, but SMG4 rised and used and said she'd ready to that. Sure. So she looks totally down and she's determined. But did I really... Was it? Yeah. I didn't... Yep, he just... Small comment at the sideline. That's her. Because that is not his style. Blowing them up or something, okay, but just torturing him, trying to be like SMG4, that as a long time fan, I don't think that was really him. But he gets a strange look by all the aunties. She's sad, but of course, because now she knows what happened. It happened and she's determined. And this was before. This was Yep. That's of course the reason to fight. And that's also. This was before of mine, who was in Sonic movie too. To my defense. Yeah, he literally got Sonic. Yeah, we don't talk about that. I think I'm perfect. I can nail Swag and Chris jokes perfectly. I'm pretty sure I wrote that one. Yes. Question mark. Look. That's the thing if you can create minimum. So by just making scripts and stuff for them. From the beginning of the video. Oh. Everyone is just located as I am ready to say I'll jump at the shadows. Das was a screen transition. What? It because it's awful. Everyone finds shadow version of himself. Yeah, of course. we had that before. So I was too lazy to write down 10 fighting scenes. You just have, so it's just you see them fight for a while. But then the shadows are taking over, and so we are at the beginning again where they're all beaten up and stuff. Hero gets his butt kicked over. Also, he is out of view. So the scene is perfect. And the shadows just retreat after beating everyone up. And now we are at the beginning scene again. And I'm getting myself up again. Yes, that's something. If you can't do it, you can do it. He just starts to glow. And everyone just starts to glow. So, like they got a Smash Ball because everyone can do glowing eyes, but the Smash Bros is the best, has the best lighting. Glowing eyes I can see. So I can see, I know about. And SMG3 of course. And here is my favorite joke of all, a little bit of another wiki reference. That's a wiki reference. That's a wiki reference to a certain user. User in question, if she ever watches this video, knows. Because this video, this is just, she is in, because it's a certain user who is in love. Got actually banned from the SMG4 wiki for being in, for loving SMG3. Yeah. And getting a little bit of a freak out. Ending up with a wiki turning into flame wars, and you should know. If you know, you know. If you don't, I can just say if you're old enough to go on there, but you aren't old enough. But you are not on there yet. You should not go on this before, in my opinion. It's dangerous. You can get lit. Actually, currently it's okay because the tide's calm, but it's only a matter of time, and you can literally get a ban hammer in the face for writing one little thing by editing an edit called wrongs. So yes, it happened to a friend of mine, so it's not really funny. It's a little bit of a so yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I got a little bit carried away, sorry. Anyways, so yeah, this is just a sad look again. I'm literally preparing something. Jumps into a portal, blend, closes it. You can just see a glowing arm come out from behind it. And that's literally one of those moments where you can nearly hear the final boss theme is good. The Jack Battle theme from Final Fantasy X play. Yeah, like back when he jumps down and just emerges in his final Aeon form. That's just one. And it's extreme. Can and then he's just taking off over the. Can we get his eye even cooler? That's a question. I think I can't actually. But maybe because I can't really pull on no effect. Anyways. But Splatoon 2 is actually that only really late in this lifetime was the only one I've played from the series, actually. But I'm playing 3, who is actually has a release date close to my birthday. Actually like a week before that or something. Yeah, he will kick them. With his non-existent legs. This perfect world. Well, there I said it. I foreshadowed it all. Now you see. And of course, what's without that line? He just rushes everyone into the room. And he was just looking confused in the room. Yep, that's me. I don't have to look on the wiki because the wiki hates my profile pic, so I took my watermark. That can literally burn your eyes if you look at it too long because it's light blue with orange. Or better, it's orange with a light blue text. Points at the rift. Everyone just yeah, rushes to the rift. Inside the people who will just finds his death from the Waluigi arc before. Just picks it up and just feels the energy of connections. Not longer rejection, but perfection from bound powers. He's just he puts his staff up in the sky and with a wah takes on his form again. But this time he can't lose his power. Mario just stops a moment and gives Mario the powers from the Super Dudes. And still for Super Dudes. For SMG4 should make to Super Dudes Meme Game, aber Australia. You know. So SMG3 nearly gets the remote. It's sad because someone runs into his shoes. Yeah, she's there too. Why not? This is a YouTube or the YouTube CEO is supposed to be there. But he returns it nicely. Leah gets a crystal shard. And asks, and he just gets zapped. The response laughs in the background. Yep, it's a shard of this crystal. Actually, in my canon, is the crystal from Crystal Funhouse, Poseidon's the Nightmare Stone, and his last appearance where he totally exploded then was in SMG3's plan to destroy SMG4 because anyways then Poseidon's the Nightmare Stone both are zaps him with it just for fun and laughs totally about it. That's that referencing that. In my canon, this thing is actually from Mount Celeste. From the name is the same game, Celeste. But anyway, right now the camera is turning to the rear and flying in. Everyone just stops in the room between the dimensions. And you just see Shadow. This is in the final battlefield of the Genesis arc. Queen Aldrich. Those are actually looking appearing Wandering Angel. The adventure version is better. Of Wandering Angel is better with the music. It's actually not put out wrong, that's the German. In German you write it with a K. Okay. And are just appearing. Like descending. You can really tell that Luke is not the type. It's not the bad guy, but basically one big kid. And getting a little bit over my bro here. That's something that I have noticed. Well, and that's actually the Kevin is the evil behind everything in theory is filled with. That's why everyone is correct. Everyone is commanding the shadows to. Everyone is getting panicky in this time attacks. Interfering. That's how you use that. I mean, Melody's words in the final piece were just empty, given that she didn't manage to do anything get that point. I mean, yes, technically you could say you died in the genocide past where it's undetermined as its place. It's also harassed by you, but that's not the. But it's just felt like one big waste of a music piece, anyways. Yeah. And then it's literally the camera world confused and but also determined. And here we are rescinders of Final Fantasy X reference. And various lich. Please say it again. Our story is that we are the ones who crafted this universe together, and I will not let it fall to ruin further. So we just raise the crystal shard, and behind him the bad guys of the past appear. From Toilet Guy over Pepsi, the monster. That looks like Baby Mario. Just appearance. It's ass wiped from Pumpkin's first double episode. But then starring the others are just all appearing. Wanted to make sure you're finished and we know it face. This is a reference to the faces that they do when they literally do their can't let you do that at your fun line. Since that you've done, that is reference to the faces they make then. And that's totally a battler as witness line. And then we have literally the cover entities, so that it's basically a recreation of. And then we have basically here he dressed the 2021 battle Glacier just with a little bit different text. And with a 4-3-2-1-0 instead of 3-2-1-0. I mean, it all 4 also fits in with the flow of the music, in my opinion. So, and they totally forgot the 4. Which is a big mistake, given that 4 is one of the most mainstream of the. They're basically clashing with the shadow. Those, and again, and again, and again. But everyone clashes with that shadow. So, and then there is just they are just clashing with them, and while they're all in this, all 4 shadows are in the same row, 0 knocks them away. And whilst doing that, he is taking his other arm back and just donks his own shadow. Though it just turns around confused after that. What did I just? Just Rex punch an entire group of shadows. You see the entrances for a moment side on side. Remember SMG4 summons from the past. Yeah. Maybe they can do the same pose from the actual battle next to each other this time. And yes, I literally went over the entire zone again and again and scrolled back and stuff to make sure that it more or less fits with the music, the new text that I came up with. Yes, there are some parts of the music maybe it needs to be a little bit different, but overall it fits with spaghetti, of course. Tries to get Mario into a trap. Doesn't fall for it. It punches Luke and just steals the spaghetti. Yeah, what did you expect? That's a reference to the burning, to the disaster kid meme where the girl is just looking at the camera and smiling while there's a burning house in the background. In the background, this is the new gets blown up by the shadow. That's just, I didn't had any particular scene in mind. That's why I just wrote has a picture of a funny scene from Mario in real life that has since then been deemed uncanon, but it's still a video, you know. Oh, and Mario and know each other, so it's don't ask me what I thought here. Yeah, but this reference that's how he is more of how he hates sweet talk, but as a psychologist he knows that he knows the power of emotions. That's why this time around he is actually not like a bad friendship at all, but he is really like Like, if he makes some crazy reason, or maybe we'll give up immediately. Just hits him shockwave. With the sound wave, you know, like from you get and steering the odd Shuminator body that Shumi had for some time. Well, he had some laser eyes left after him. Well, but I think I missed something. And the moment I was thinking about was a little bit late. Sorry. Seriously, you got that combo attack by the SMG. He's in a rock near the he can. You can see that everyone on the side of the heroes is still standing. And the shadows are just shooting it. Getting the cover attack. Tries to get it. The shadows back. I really checked how you bright said it because I had no idea. The SMGs have so many memes all around. Circumstances from kids at Republic. From Dr. Stuff. Don't ask me how SMG4 comes so fast to that scene from the shot where he actually someone's beam spot. Don't ask how fast he is. Yeah, I totally right sacrificed wrong. You are totally ignoring that. You can see when I'm holding my hand in front of the screen. That was embarrassing. Whoopsie. Yeah, all SMGs is holding hands. What? Do you have any problems with that? I expected something like all SMGs holding hands and zero holding. with 2 holding 3s and 0 holding 3 hand of 1 and the 3 hand of 4. Something like that. Becomes giant, even bigger than 0 and just rushes at 0. Purple lightning is just going over the screen. It's not purple, guy, you idiot. Dark figure. We didn't have that much of them. You can tell from the color and the reference. So that was right. That he has some sort of shotgun. It's actually a sort of a paralyzed thing. That one of the main weapons for people who can't really use big techniques in. So I thought I'm more used to gun weapons in my world. Massive shockwave. Nothing, just erases the last shadow. Those, I can't remember, I think that was me, but I need to see if that's like from whoever was getting that one wrong. Whatever. Yeah, fired lightning from the shotgun that slightly misses and creates some sort of energy ball that is paralyzing one of his arms. That's actually a reference to how the thing is. Remember how I referenced Vera team before? Yeah, that paralyzed pistols they have there. Plus the stun gun from Subnautica built together. A little bit shocked because he noticed who the figures are. Stupid fan. Just looks at the camera and smiled. That's more Axel stance than Let's Go. Just jumps on the cap of the ground. And Mario just gets an extra cool giant from the time around. And because the last one was kind of lame. I mean, it's just glowing Mario with glowing eyes. I know Charisma probably can't do much more, but more of model changing, but it's more. But it would have been hilarious to have some superpowered Super Mario Bros. Satellite Mario. Giant Mario. On one shoulder, the 1 and the 4 and 3, and the other 1 and 2 and 0 next to. Excellent. It's in Japanese. I did not look up what that actually means in Japanese. I just wrote the text and was like, well, if we can tell them making this off, we can do it in Japanese. Because he just looked. and your bone around a little bit before he flies into a wall or a building or whatever. Basically, rocks are flying from everywhere and encasing everyone. He ready to rip Axel apart with a snap, because he's just half out of the rock, so if you snap him really hard, his top half of his body will fly away, while separated from his down half, who is still stuck in the rock. But Melanie could get herself out and just start jumping over the rocks. Yeah. Oh. Double this shield, and next to him just gets out with a massive sword attack, and that is a little bit of a reference again to you know what. And but this time she saved him, and then she starts like a the spin attack from Slash Drop Jab, like that, but back to back with excellent Singweave. And then everything flashes, and when you can see again the rocks has shifted apart and formed a platform for both excellent Melanie land in front of them. Still in the ground friend. And then Axel just waves around and places him on his back, like a little bit like Cloud. Okay. Who is actually one of the favorite characters of my brother, in case you didn't know that. Yep. So I know that some of you who are on the SMG4 wiki might not think, but now think that does not mean he's that guy. He isn't. If he was, I would have found out and get his face in he's in a trash can and some time ago. That is not really hazarding admin before you think about it. It's just that I would not tolerate such behavior from my brother. I know he's smarter than that. That a little bit. Yeah. Anyways. So, yeah. So right after that, the back to normal size just crushes me to look on the ground. And they're getting up. And yeah, mysterious figure 1 has it's gone up and goes slow and walks slowly around. So her just arm in arm, not like hugging, but on each other's shoulder. Stops Mario with some kunai, some throwing weapon, whatever, from kicking Chop Chop in the face. That's also a little reference to that certain SMG4 being person, because she was pretty unstable for a while. And she was banned because her life was just bad. Which is another reason why her ban was unjustified in many people's eyes. And she was a little bit afraid back then that SMG4 might die at one point too. So that's literally, yeah, that are incomplete, referencing how we still have had that final Splatfest where I would have struggled with a new appearance and just motivating her during her final big clash in the final to go all out again and beat her and become the champion. That's what really happened, in my opinion. And the camera just turns and you see that the mysterious characters are just the end. Because Greg just gave a weird look at the mayor from Sunset Paradise, was a little bit too afraid to explode again. That was one big middle finger out. So Sunset Paradise overall is one series that really has kids shows feeling to the later episodes. And then it's just turning dark. Really shitty dark. That's why these things get my emotions enraged. But I think I have it under control now. For now. Oh yeah, he's just standing and thinks again and the dark out. Shows it, points on everyone. Looks like he's about to see something coming, just runs and pushes, kicks away, big sword. But I would have preferred to turn his arm into one big spike, but that's for Gmod a little bit much. Which I guess just ready to strike. Yeah, the big plot twist, Kevin and Luke are not the bad guys of the movie. Yeah, of course not. I would never do something like that. They can be stupid, but I'm not thinking about the actions, but we need a. But if I really go all out and put everyone with their strongest powers in there, where we need something really badass. That everyone is like shocked at the Axel is throwing his eyes ready for the strike. Get some hit. Okay, when the screen starts to turn white because you expect the character gets hit out. And then we have the voice. Some alternative universes are really good. That's a reference to Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. That is sort of a prequel to Breath of the Wild, but at the same time, it's telling every situation the outcome is different because people from the future, from Breath of the Wild timeline interfering things to time travel. That's literally when Zidane blocks Waterblade Cannon killing Mifa. And this is one of the best moments in Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity in my eyes. I know many people were angry at that, but it's not being a real prequel, but I love the scene. It's really so literally a Minecraft arrow comes out of a portal and knocks back. I land with the camera on my legs behind Axel and walk right past him with camera on the legs with the music of the Kaiser of Oblivion from Bravely Second. That's the battle theme. So one. That's where you really go. That's when it really goes hardcore. That's totally my catchphrase. And if I tag in, I really had said that pretty often for a time whilst writing this. It just that's and everyone's. That's actually a little reference to Fire Emblem Warriors. It's what Warriors literally read. Suzanne does line in Fire Emblem Warriors right after Darius killed his father. So, a pink ball, not Kirby. But epic boss title intro, like a boss scene intro. The negative emotions given for dark matter. Yeah, the negativity is getting too intense in video games to take a physical form and try to destroy everything, most of the time taking possession of people. That's what we have here. That's literally what you do in Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. that also has a lit final boss scene in phase 2. So turns around and looks back. So. Yep, that scene was also. So yeah. And that is not an understatement. As I said, I have fixed unit process before. That's literally everyone where portals with versions of myself with video game characters. That's a reference to myself. And then we have a little bit of fan lyrics. Again, yeah, I went a little bit overboard with the music here because I really love songs during intense fight scenes. That's something SMG4 has taught me. And this is actually a little bit of edited version of fan lyrics for that song even. I personally know them from the game Metal or Game Toll. I don't know. See, I still don't know how to say that remix, so. Everyone turns around and runs while Guardians are in for the fun. I thought you had to crossover with my universe. Throws energy ball immediately. Yeah, you only with an energy ball, all but the shot of doing that gets him a little bit free from the control. And he actually sounds a little bit like Axel. A little bit too much in the row from the shot. Again. Normal Captain voice. Then the music shifts to the, you see, in the end, I didn't really bother anymore. I didn't even get the music and think, I just went after my head, and when I could not get it perfectly together anymore. T-poses some tentacles coming from that twist. Yeah, you need to listen to the music to understand what the fuck I was saying. What the, oh, did I just say that word? It's not child friendly. That's more or less what I really miss here in the chorus singing in the actual scene. To find the boss scene. And then it shifts to the previous. Just so then he is using tentacles to put his tentacles in front of the rift before the heroes. Rose, and I try to step in, but get overwhelmed by them. Short silence, everyone is shocked. Then but the tentacles were so activated by half dragon form. That's actually a form that outside of my brain nobody has ever seen, because I suck at art and my pictures are all looking pretty damn ugly. So, but that is actually a reference to a lot of favorite Minecraft YouTubers. That's definitely tutorial art and her body, the diamond claw legs. Yeah, I wasn't feeling like putting a minecart on. And a pink and a black claw. The only thing that is normally from that form is the dragon head. It's not referencing anyone. Thing that's in that dragon head. And and the wings that are actually this is the wings actually recently changed a little bit. After I played Metroid Red for the second time, they are now not longer look Ender Dragon-like, but more like if a Metroid had wings. And yes, I can choose if I want to strip energy of things I touch. I don't do it automatically, like good old Metroid over there. For that Samus. So yeah. We are just everyone just jumps into the rift while I just rush it left and right and tentacles. Everyone just lands before, and then we have the fight to the finish from P, the final boss from P2. It's actually also in Super Music Retention, that's why I put N4, even though it's more of an option, so you're only playing against the Alga and being locked in the music box. It's a little bit sad that Parker didn't have this theme from PMD2 into that game, but game I like that one too. It actually sounds a little bit like Batman Anyways, what is truth? Everyone looks surprised, of course. Like, so yeah, the USBs appearing already. Tools, of course. So one end for segments USBs 0 behind the loop in front. The rest excellent front put it as line of defense. Simply said, power in one big light arrow. Just they should pass Kevin better, and Kevin finds himself in the same situation. The next of one to serve with a shadow cap. Tries to get himself out, of course. Comes around. A little bit of a reference, SMG4 reference again, but this time he's curious about SMG sword because he's using the power to block the connection between them. That is also a little bit of a reference. Friends to Fire Emblem Warriors. Friends. Shut up, Chaos Dragon. Nobody likes you anyways. Except that your design is cool. I just rushes it in, but get it's a jump strike, but just get the dark sword into the face. This gets pretty strongly hurt and flies off. Hit everyone, but they try to get to him, runs into a dark wall. So, and to him. He wants totally. He reaches out and just posts this so strange. Just because if we just accept things and can do that, we can break what keeps us down. That's an important lesson. That's why I choose this track. If you have not heard this track, don't try even. Go and play the game immediately. Hearing this thing the first time in game, and plays in game, is a moment where it really unleashes energy. The female, without knowing everything in the background, knowing means the scene is music is meaningless. Also, our friends, the music is beat running into this is beat bruised. Yeah, they're also again singing. Why not? This isn't a Disney movie, but hey, we can take some. Really far. Strange. Exchange of strike. But just gets wrecked against the music stops. What did you expect? It reaches out to him. Doesn't want to get rid of him or something. It's just, giving yourself a hug if you get the reference. Another one, just reference. The one is he's just staring at him, confused. Thing is glowing. This in front of the work of the year 2021. So I got this like advertising. Anyways, reference how he did nearly how he nearly died 3 times. Land inside the team. That's really one of my things that I can combine every intense stats I have seen. So I don't know if I see someone throw an entire planet or an entire universe. Another throw an entire universe, I can literally combine them to throw a planet and a universe at the same time. Basically, my stats are determined by some of the craziest stuff I see. See, that's why my MP stat is so high, I can literally spam magic that takes, I don't know how much, 10 million people use it and spam it like I got money hacker. So, he puts his head up. Oh, it's another fusion. I actually hate that name, to be honest. But it's something else is really gone down. Maybe you went a bit wrong, but this time around it's just a normal fusion. Which they can get out easily, but they need some. What did you expect? Just see as you choose the time. And just after that, we went over to the possible. Yeah, you can tell I just mixed. I just lost it so much, but I don't feel like picking. But I had so much different themes that I think were fitting for this, or that I just turned the entire thing into a big Disney concert. Epic fight scene. The depictions are so lame like this. Yeah. That will, let's be the beginning of 9 to start. In, out of a player's view, because it looks like they are just waving around their swords. So I mean, they try to not get punched just in the face, even if it's not real weapons. That's stupid. So of course they are a little bit slower, but anyways, let's do this, shall we? We are nearly done. I know it's a long video, sorry, but so he is really getting everyone kicked around, and you sometimes wonder if someone really is done. But he gets wrecked without a loss. Yeah. Good old video game reference. That's also something a crap ton of versions of Dark Matter say. To generate enough and to just get himself apart again. Creating giant energy ball and shoot Dark Matter into the roof. Then you just see the one guardians on the other side. Dot and appear. And also the roof is. And the drama is over. Anyways, so everyone is in front of the palace. So, you know the usual stuff. For instance, two. get the dark look from me because I keep all of them safe. As much rebuilds as I can take, and he's just like, well, you know, at least 2 are safe. Dude. Yep, that's what I really hate. What if that just depict them bidding together? I don't think they would have done that. They would have still be a rival at the big rival finale. Like, what if it's just because many fans requested it? And so Luke was like, fine, I will do it. Instead of just. So after all, you can get shot in the face and survive. Have you watched Kingsman? Yes. By the way, if you haven't watched it, don't watch the third one, the prequel one. Don't do it. That one is that one is serious. It has comedy elements, but is serious. It's unlike the others. So that gets really dirty about one of the main characters. Anyways. Something dark is getting thing on his face. Because so they are jumping in one portal to back home. Bro is getting where I promised him to bring him, and they are going back. And I'm camera goes into the portal that close behind him. The camera behind everyone for a wonderful scene. You know, one of these last. Maybe we can get a sunrise or something. Sun go down or something. Would make no sense for the sun to go down when it's in the middle of the day, but and because it's a G4 related, we need Mario to bring up something stupid before the curtain. And yes, I had a kissing scene planned here, but since I knew I would never manage to pull this off, I ended it here anyways. The end. So guys, what did you think? I know this was a long time because I needed to go over 29 pages here and had the other thing before, but do you like what you just saw? Then consider subscribing so you don't miss the rest of the stuff from the SMG4 direct coming. And give down in the comments your theories for the theory book. Yeah, basically I plan to do like an iceberg but with theories. So, and after that we can have yeah, after that we can maybe work on the fan game. I can't do it myself, I can totally tell you right now, but that's why there was a big wanted at the trailer and the direct. So if you know someone who can help me, I'm a narrative and game designer. Yeah, but creating elements for the game is a little bit too much for me. Making custom sprites and everything, that's something I can't do. I cannot balance stats and stuff, so I would need some help from someone who knows. Anyways, and with that, I hope you have a nice rest of the day. Well, if you watch this in your entirety, you skip past some part. You just, well, you didn't waste an entire day, but I didn't know it would take so long. I expected to be rather quick with it. But explaining everything in it. But I totally forgot that I need to translate every German thing into English for you to understand what I was going with. Yes, so anyways, with that, I hope you have really a nice rest of the day or something, and I'll see you in the next video. I don't know if this would be the next part of my SMG4 stuff, or if fan stuff, or if it will be Minecraft, or if I finally could use Subnautica Below Zero that I plan to do when this game came out, and you know. Anyways, I will see you next time. Bye!